flyby. So the total doubled at splashdown, 694,481 statute miles. With everything proceeding on track and on time, aboard integrity, the vehicle system's in excellent shape as the Earth grows larger in the field of view. Let's go back to the USS John Murtha and Megan Cruz, who is standing by.
Hey, Rob, welcome back. Again, we are out in the Pacific Ocean, staged just about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down now in just over an hour. How exciting, and the weather, awesome conditions here. I know you see some wind blowing around my hair, but really nothing to speak of when it comes to having to recover our astronauts, as well as no waves here, really. So yeah, we're expecting a really great day. Also, hopefully, some really great views. You can see behind me that some of the clouds are starting to break up, so that's really exciting. And now, of course, this ship has a lot of people ready and excited to welcome our crew back home, including Dr. Rick Sherry here. He is NASA flight surgeon. Great to have you, Rick.
You too, man. It is a blessing to be out here to stay with our teams. We've trained 3 years for this, nonstop with the U.S. Navy, and along with UGS, and we so look forward to this day, and we're all just by God's grace, everything's partying, the skies and everything, the crew's doing great, looking forward to come back, and our teams are ready, so this is one of those days we've dreamt about. It's finally here, and we're ready, and just thank you.
Yeah, you play a really integral role. When was the last time you spoke to the crew, and how were they feeling in this last hour before splashdown?
Sure. Yeah, so the crew woke up, when they splashed down, they were woken up about 8.5 hours ago. Chris Children Factors and Chris Housen, Rocky Cruiser and from the Canal Station. Spoke with them about 6.5 hours ago, just to double check on how they were doing, if there was any medical issues, how they slept. I'm trying to go over their learning protocol for the medications, what we call fluid load, the part that they said they fluid, electrolytes that they lost, just the normal space adaptation, and say after space, they kind of have a replacement of fluid to help them with the whole kind of rehabilitation to 1G, which done for the last 10 days. And then just kind of letting it all happen and play out, out with the water teams all the way until we finally get to the mud deck. So they were very pumped up during Thursday. We had a lot of trying to keep the relationship on and get ready. So they're excited. They're also really focused on the job that they have to do. So they've trained a long time for this, and they're ready.
You took some medications. I mean, those are kind of just to mitigate the effects of, obviously. They're more than 695,000 miles during that Earth. It's just an anti-nausea medication, right?
Yeah, definitely. Astronauts are very healthy, fortunately, and even when they come back from the entry, the human system is very kind of dynamic. They have to readapt really quickly, and one of the most common responses they get is just some stomach illness, to some nausea, to some vomiting, and with our crews that land out and carry down, the Soyuz crews or SpaceX crews, they all kind of experience the same thing. This is the first time we were landing in the water since December 1972, and I worked with the Apollo astronauts years ago, and they all told me that landing in the water, especially in the Pacific, can be very provocative. So we take steps and do medicines to really mitigate some of that nausea, vomiting, help them feel a little better, and also sometimes just use a little anti-inflammatory medicine just to help with coming back to 1G. The effects of gravity, especially with the electrodes, you feel great under gravity. Everyone kind of curses coming back to the ground like, oh, man, 1G, but so that helps a little bit. But for the most part, the main thing is just replacing that fluid and trying to help them with that transition back to 1G, and away they go.
And their health is assessed almost immediately after they splash down.
Yeah, so we have Dr. Jesse Wayne, and we have our independent duty program, the mitigation paramedics, extremely highly trained, highly experienced medics and divers who will go out there, open the capsule about 28 minutes after splashdown and do the first initial assessment. So Jesse and his team will go out there and look at each crew, kind of do their assessments, get vital signs, report back. They'll have to stop the cruising line and back in the midday, let them know how they're doing. And then, if they've got the normal kind of space adaptation kind of things, we expect that. They're good to go on that. If anything, difficult with the line, they're all prepared for that as well. And Jesse and his team, I mean, this is a full-time job taking care of, sailors and folks might be injured. We don't expect any injuries, but coming back, going 25,000 miles an hour down to, 20, miles an hour, it's still a dynamic process. I've heard it described as, kind of like a car crash. And then the crew will be ready to go, and Jesse and his team will make that transition to get them out to the front porch, do assessments on them again, call for a midday, and once we have that, and we're all going to go to the crew's crew, we'll hoist them up in the kilos. It's about a 3-minute flight back to the flight deck, and that's where me and that's my Chief Scott Taylor will actually meet them. I'll get eyes on them, make sure they're all good, take very slow transitions, and then one by one, we'll either get them out with the SMTs, the SAR med techs, under each arm, just kind of just walking very slowly in their bay, which actually helps them acclimate, Dr. NG. Or if they really don't ever see those decks yet, then we might put them in what we call a stair chair, which we really find them, and just very slowly kind of get them back in the med bay to set up our full assessment for the team.
Yeah, so we're a really great team here to support them as soon as they get back, and also all throughout the mission, of course. We talked a little bit about this, but obviously, we have seen astronauts return from the International Space Station for over 25 years, so we kind of know that journey, how it affects the body. But yes, we're talking about humans returning from the moon for the first time since 1972. How is this different from your perspective?
So it's different in one very significant respect. On Apollo, for exercise, they have something called the Apollo exercise, which is basically just a flight little canister with some ropes, and they would have some resistance to kind of do that. And the Apollo astronauts really like that. They like the ability to exercise, because you decondition from a musculoskeletal standpoint, you lose your strength and your stamina very quickly. We have something called the Orion flywheel, which would impart much greater loads in terms of resistance, so they're able to do squats, deadlifts, different things, not dissimilar to what the astronauts do, hold a lot less room to do it. And they also do flow activities for cardiovascular health, and the crew loved it. But for the lunar crew, the future lunar crews, maintaining that physical conditioning, which our astronaut strength conditioning rehabilitation specialists, affectionately known as the ACERs, back in Houston, really work hard to get them in the best shape they're going to have to be in to get to the moon. That device hopefully will maintain that. And Apollo only had about a 4.3-day journey to the moon. Our astronauts are going to have about a 10 to 14-day journey. So maintaining that physical fitness, that strength and stamina is going to be crucial for the success of being able to do those very physically demanding lunar EVAs. So we're very excited about what the astronauts have said about the device and what they have to say about the role exercise plays, going to the moon. And also the mental benefits. They just really like sweating, sweat, and actually just feeling like, where they're just getting a workout.
Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. I know they're going to be in good hands, so we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Back to you, Rob.
Okay, Megan, back here in Mission Control in Houston, everything is moving along in order. This view of Reed Wiseman on the left, Victor Glover on the right. We have good suit leak checks. Everything aboard integrity is in excellent shape. The vehicle, with the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view, we're now just about 8,200 nautical miles away from Earth and closing in for a splashdown just 1 hour and 5 minutes from now.
Integrity, just under a minute till your GPS maneuver initiates, and both GPS units look eager to acquire.
Outstanding. Seats 3 and 4 are working on seat strap in now.
Houston copy.
Once again, as we start to close in on some of the major milestones, the first one coming up in just 31 minutes.
And Integrity, just confirming the LPG gas trap was able to be closed up.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Crew module, service module separation scheduled just 31 minutes from now. The key point of interest, of course, will be the performance of Integrity's heat shield. during its high-speed entry back into Earth with peak heating that is expected around the spacecraft of some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. On Artemis I, as I think most folks know by now, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to bleed off some energy. Then we skipped out of the atmosphere and dipped back into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. But after the mission was over with, we noticed unexpected liberation of some of the charring effects on the heat shield known as AVCO. Before the flight, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to get a perspective on what this all means and how the mission was redesigned to try to protect Integrity's heat shield to a higher extent. Let's take a look at that interview.
Returning from the moon is a lot different than deorbiting from low Earth orbit. When we return from the moon, we expect to achieve velocities upwards of 36,000 feet per second. And in order to slow down to a nice, graceful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, the flight crew is going to experience between 3 and 4 times the force of Earth's gravity. On Artemis I, pressure buildup inside the char layer of the heat shield resulted in the char losses we saw. NASA established a Tiger team whose job was to investigate the cause of the problem and then make recommendations on how to fly the Artemis II mission safely and successfully. And so for Artemis II, we are going to fly a profile that ensures the spacecraft will not see that same type of pressure profile. And so the char losses seen on Artemis II will not be like the ones that we saw on Artemis I.
Rick Henfling indicated that the orientation of the spacecraft and the shortening of the distance of transit to the splashdown zone from the point of entry interface when we reach the 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time should do the trick in the deleterious forces against that heat shield that were noticed on the Artemis I mission.
We see a beautiful sunrise, so let's get this up.
We copy.
Commander Billing is power in space mission as Integrity is passing over the southwest coast of Australia now at an altitude of some 7,600 nautical miles. That will begin the southwest and northeasterly transit across the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the highlights and some of the numbers associated with points of interest here. We are 27 minutes away from module service separation. Will be followed about 3.5 minutes later by the raised burn that we've discussed, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to fine-tune its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled 47.5 minutes from now. That's the point at which we will reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, traveling about 34,882 feet per second at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, we will begin a blackout period of 6 minutes in duration at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now, right 10 seconds after the blackout period begins, we are expected to reach peak speed, which would be 24,661 miles an hour. That'll be about 103 miles an hour short of the velocity record set by the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, who returned from the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. That blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes in duration. At 6:54.52 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll reach our peak heating period of about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees while we're in a communications blackout from Integrity and its astronauts. That blackout should end at 6:59 seconds p.m. Central Time, at which point we expect to regain communications with the crew. Captain Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room will be talking to the crew, calling them, and we'll await a response from the crew. feet. Traveling at 13,000 feet per second. The range to splashdown at just 147 minutes. The next key series of events will be the deployment of a series of parachutes that we just done before. First, the forward recover chute deploy that will forward recover away from the top untemporarily, followed by drone chute deploy, and then the main chute deploy. That's expected at 7th floor at 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. That will begin the general descent of integrity towards its splashdown at just a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. And that will begin the recovery operations that you just heard from Megan Cruz and discussed with her folks on the USS John Martha. All integrity systems in great shape. The crew is suited up. Leak checks complete as we stand by for the next major milestone, which will be the crew module service module separation just 24.5 minutes from now. All of the activities from the start of entry interface to the point of splashdown will be rapid fire, just 13.5 minutes from the point at which we begin descent into the Earth's atmosphere to splashdown. Just to show you, during the flight surgeon alluded to in his interview with Megan Cruz, all of the things to decelerate the vehicle from traveling 1 month from 3 to just 19 miles per hour as splashdown. All of that happening in just 13.5 minutes. The vehicle and parachutes are all designed to support that. We stand that report that to be in function as these milestones are picked off and as we crew during the entry interviews, just when they emerge from a blackout period, and at that point we'll be just a minute away from splashdown. So with all of those preparations ongoing, we can return here briefly for another report from the USS John Martha and Cruz. Megan? And we'll regain that communication with the USS John P. Martha just momentarily. In the meantime, everything is on track for orbit at Rudy, the flight control team here in Houston, by Entry Flight Director Rick Handlin. What you will get talking to who is at a Jackie Mahaffey. She will be reporting everything to the crew and receiving their reports as they enter the atmosphere for the 13.5-minute plunge back into the atmosphere for splashdown of San Diego. Now, Pat will ship back with the crews aboard USS John Martha. Megan?
data that's needed for what's called a Sasquatch team that we came out of NASA that basically make sure that the debris that comes off the line again, some of those pieces of the parachute system, make sure that they don't fall on us here in the sea and also process of obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human safety program now?
Yes, I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, there's history between NASA and Navy. But like any other field, the facts are great, they skip accuracy. So we had a few decades off from that. So over the past 5 years, really a big shift in the past year. We've constantly trained and looking for this own building up the fight. So we're getting to the point where we trust all the time. We're working with NASA, the Air Force, and then with the society. These are type of high performance organizations coming together, working. We are seeing that here on board.
We have some great words this morning saying just that again, that it's really nice to see everybody working together and so excited. You just became the commanding officer of the ship back in February. How does it personally feel for you to be part of this historic moment again?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'd say any opportunity to command any warship in the United States Navy is a tremendous honor. There's a pinnacle of any naval officer's career. That being said, as my commanding chief of staff approaching, I realized that Artemis was going to be in the window here. To say that I'm humbled and honored to is understated. What really just excites me is the opportunity to see this crew who's been trained so hard over the past year plus come together. It will inspire me. Listening to NASA and the ownership and the pride they take, they make my career better. I think we're making NASA better together. That synergy is I'm happy to see and hopefully take over the name of my career.
All about partnerships, we couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't have talked so much without our international partners as well. So thank you so much, Franklin. It was really great to have you here. All right, Rob, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again. Here in Mission Control, the team of flight controllers led by Rick Heckerling and Jackie Mahaffey serving as the spacecraft communicator. We have just handed over to the from the time of the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd. We just handed back to the tracking and relay satellite system as we prepare for the crew module service module separation that will take place just 17 minutes from now. With the Earth ballooning in front of Integrity as it barrels back for a splashdown of the Pacific just 50 minutes from now, we're just 5,700 nautical miles from splashdown. Just one other quick note about the comparison from the Artemis I entry profile to the Artemis II entry profile and how that is serving as an extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis I entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long downtrack and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
Integrity Houston, comm check on Teeters.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on Teeters.
We have you the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha. So the Artemis I entry had the vehicle.
Update on GPS, we haven't seen a track yet.
Reed, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start quietering, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're all over at step 17 and getting ready for the Micah pipeline.
And that exchange indicating that we are expecting to acquire data from the GPS system on board. That'll be a navigational tool that will basically tell Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the corridor for the entry interface that will lead them to their splashdown point. Once again, the Artemis I entry exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis II, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface with just 14 minutes of duration. And it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the difference between Artemis I and Artemis II, all designed into this mission to gather data to protect the heat shield. Since the Artemis III mission and beyond will have a different design heat shield that will allow landscape entry tightly profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the tracking and data relay satellite system. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you time, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise or from that 19-second firing of the thrusters. That will basically the final tuning of the angle of attack for Integrity is year 7. And once again, a moving box view of some of the assets that are involved in the deploy operations today. That confirmation relies on the board and quickly the assets are being deployed to the splashdown zone. At the time of splashdown, we expected to be about 5 miles away from Integrity, keeping a safe distance until we are sure that the vehicle is in the water and upright, and that it is in a good configuration system-wide for the crew team to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft. All right. That from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system thrusters. That will be a hot fire test prior to the separation of the crew module from the service module. The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that have been prescribed for that service module have been executed on time and without a problem. There is the European flight control room that has overseen the manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit on this mission for not only propelling the Integrity and its astronauts toward the moon, but also conducting the fine-tuning of its trajectory to bring it to this point where we are dead spot on down the middle of the corridor trajectory-wise to bring Integrity down for its splashdown in the Pacific just 44 minutes from now. What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity. Currently traveling about 16,000 miles an hour. Integrity traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
Copy that.
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module service module separation. We are confirming.
Integrity, we are checking details, but so far looks like a good hot fire.
Looks good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
And Jackie, you took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say that we had a good hot fire test of the thrusters in advance of the crew module service module separation. It's coming up just 8 minutes from now. So we'll begin the period in which we'll have a rapid fire session critical activities on board that will lead to interface to from now. The vehicle will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. The time of entry interface, 6:53 p.m. Central Time. So we're awakened this morning to begin entry preparations. And the propulsion officer now reports a good hot fire test in preparation for the crew module service module separation. We're now inside 41 minutes until splashdown.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire, and although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting step in 157 for now.
Integrity comes.
That GPS discussion indicating that we will be acquiring navigational data for Integrity through the global positioning system equipment on board. We just don't have it yet, but we will. All of Integrity systems are in great shape to support its high-speed entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It, once again, will reach a peak speed of 24,661.21 miles an hour.
Yes, we at least have GPS one looking good.
Where are you? Okay. Mia. Jody.
We are confirming.
The guidance, navigation, and control officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the tracking and data relay satellite system. And following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called the VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too. Especially GPS supported for the setting in the map size water code.
That GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but the trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics and against the navigation and control officer is spot on. We have now armed the pyros for the crew module, service module separation coming up less than 5 minutes from now. Once again, just 10 seconds after entering interface, we will see integrity reaching its peak speed at 24,661.21 miles per hour. It will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Your vehicle is in a good config for CMS set and go for CMS.
Houston, we see the same board. Ready to go for CMS.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the end of the vehicle target upward, providing the final angle of attack as the vehicle entered the Earth's atmosphere. This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat flow on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface from 1,701 nautical miles of the splashdown spot. Integrity Systems in excellent shape. We are currently 3,300 nautical miles left in this mission. Splashdown scheduled 36 minutes, 39 seconds from now.
Integrity Houston, for the 2 enabled stop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, thank you.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey, our Capcom for tonight, and Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, indicating basically to ignore sensor data. All of Integrity systems are in good shape. Coming up on about 90 seconds until the criminal module service will separation. Your mission control, we enter in vertical phase. I can keep all this, all of the preparatory activities leading to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere 51 minutes from now. Until crew module separation. now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the race attention subject pilot up until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of integrity to the right angle, the angle of attack that it will fly in during entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away. This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of integrity to the raise burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side of the terrain. That's a worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. My name is Jim Kidrick. I'm the president and CEO of the Air and Space Museum, and we're just thrilled that you're all here. So we know it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable because there's a lot of us, but that's kind of cool also. So try not to stand up in front of your brethren behind you, right? All the tall guys here, I don't have that problem. And it's very, very exciting. It's going to happen here in just a very short time. But we're here to celebrate what all of us call American exceptionalism, okay? And we're going back to the moon, and that's pretty cool. And it's not going to be a one and done. It's going to be a great future, okay, for this country, the space program, and the kind of, I always say that we are an exploring, pioneering people. So they're out there doing it for us, realizing they're testing a brand new Orion capsule, a brand new rocket, a brand new crew, and all the technology that Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo didn't have, okay, that you have in your cell phone in your pocket. So this is very exciting. Please pay attention to your Air and Space Museum in the future. We're going to do more. And thank you very, very much for coming. Like I said, try to give everybody some visibility. There are also some big screens around the museum, but we know it's going to be a little crowded. We knew that, especially when we got the turnout. People were starting to call us on where do we go. So, how many people like paid parking in Balboa Park? Okay, good. We'll vote on that later. But thank you again for coming. Pay attention, be as quiet as you can, so we can hear and we can join in the experience of Artemis II and Orion returning to San Diego.
Basically, will end a 6-minute gallop period, which will lose communications with the crew. Expect to build due to the collision, if you will, the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. A 6-minute blackout is expected again at 53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach a peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect a blackout period to end at 6:50 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour as splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics. Trajectory south of the northeast across the Pacific descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touch it down to 300 nautical miles. All the systems in excellent shape. This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors, feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes. You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out of the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds, wind 10 knots, wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
The back.
You just came up for Jack.
Now, 6 minutes away from entry interface. We will hit first traces of atmosphere at an altitude of 100,000 feet. Coupling about once again, just to you expect to lose communications with the people group during a 6-minute blackout period with that plasma around the addition due to heat effect. Dynamics has just confirmed that we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, due to the fact that the plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent the communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
You're on board, just confirm no pre-EI outputs.
Blackout period to begin at 53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last about 6 minutes in duration. We're 4 minutes away from entry interface. Typically has less than 3 minutes from interface. Sixteen and a half minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. in position at the infantry assets to receive imagery from as artists enter the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment. All of integrity systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to plead admission just 15 and a half minutes from now. All of the activities have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go. Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface. Mark 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Ten seconds till entry interface.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we have crossed the threshold now, entering the Earth's atmosphere. 800 feet per second. Time to splash down 13 minutes, 10 seconds. And we've got our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from crew. We're 30 seconds away from the point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures rise to about 45,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the depth of our trajectory. Of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters a period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere. The first tuft of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since it launched back on the first. Four and a half minutes into the blackout period. Time down 11 minutes, 33 seconds. The landing and support officer reports that P3 has acquisition on ready. Three and a half left in it. Still in the blackout period. Still with them. I have communications from the crew. Got blackout period. We are now processing data from technology. Planning and support officer reports small boats are en route to the splashdown. Passing 200,000 feet, our trajectory. Search and recovery beacon is back to integrity. Sure, it's good. Good, just separate.
Good looking parachute. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine check.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew soundings hardy on board. Time to splash down 1 minute 15 seconds. Integrity journey. December 94,481 miles from its launch from And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle escaped for one. He's still deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. Perfect bullseye splashdown to protect the unit's platforms. The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low date break. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
members.
Crew members that up their completion, that is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable one, upright, the propelling system did maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry of the touchdown for integrity. Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christine Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon. We continue to monitor the functioning of the scene system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable one or upright configuration. There's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity use for star beacon and radio.
Our beacon is in 406, and we're firing it now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on, however, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your star radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy, and we're also firing up to the sat phone now.
So integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the reaction, the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Hensling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes. The milestones were executed. Intensity, everything in this atmosphere. Right on time. Pushing it to peak speed. Short of gap for breathe again. Something blackout here. But the recovery, airport, we saw the twins of two plants. First, hopefully, top of the middle is the three packages. Philosophy of integrity
Houston with no jump on the car, and we'd like to expand an additional 6 minutes for a total of 3 minutes power down delay.
All right, you in this one, P/DE+320. No joy on that. 3 or separate. And the same time, we get faster than ever on start video. Please hold on. Yeah, we got the master than ever on start.
Good view of one of the
If you are happy with the compliment, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll come over here.
crew on board and integrity coordinate with the flight control team and air control on the timing of the power down of the precursor to the routine picking the spacecraft. There are no issues with integrity. We have a bit of booking capability in establishing a satellite-owned communications capability between crew on board and the recovery team. That's out here shortly. Cooling on board. So the right to get the power down.
Confirmed, we haven't had any come through.
You can really make it to respond. We hear them, but it's not. But it's about a spirit of they are hearing us.
Keeping copies, and we just to confirm that you are CTP on the right
as we continue to sort out the communications between the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of power down procedures. That, as you see, the recovery team is moving towards the cycle capsule. The next major event will be the erection of a large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
We are going to call you.
We are pushing the pushes on the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them on rebooting the radio to see if we can get good comms.
We got the call, and just to confirm, you are speaking at your touchdown bus 3030 for half hour.
Please route it.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite phone. It's all part of the coordination power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with Navy doctors on board are standing by, waiting to close in on integrity to begin the process of erecting a large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters and a flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murphy.
And Houston, please apply NRD, very weak, unreadable, master diver. We can hear your eyes. And Houston on OU1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
This is Mission Control. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murphy, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you said, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing that system?
I mean, I'm honestly, it's a little lost for words. You know, like a child to Jared, I can't believe what I just saw. I mean, I'm waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then NASA Administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, it was great to be part who's here on Earth.
Yeah, what the fun is here?
I think we just brought astronauts back in the moon. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the that are here at the teams, and this is a joint effort that's on the right now. Recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft to integrate, get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, this is an accomplishment for humanity and a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about our crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we send out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew, the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we're back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bring them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once-in-a-lifetime. You hear sometimes around here, it's like, this was a once-in-a-lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We're going to get back to doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building up this.
Yeah, are you going to build on the momentum for Artemis III? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of integrity right now, but also get the integrity back on the ship to start getting the light out, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we're going to definitely want to take a look at the thermal protection system. We're going to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KC core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting we're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in the vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2. And at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
See, it's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, the best enterprise across the national workforce, across the country, our industry partners, our international partners, the Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board and carrying the European service module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Space Agency and signed a memorandum of understanding to build countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort, we are returning to the moon, we're doing it to stay, we are building that enduring presence, we are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone, we're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely, and speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as a procedure, so we can get power down. And the flight control team here in Houston, Director Rick Hanfling, has handed over mission authority to the exploration ground systems team out on the Pacific now. We will physically get off console of this team until into the front porch. All of the by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for integrity. That was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of the Earth's atmosphere. All of that dynamics computation. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around and head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exam. Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape. So the recap has been some 5.5 since the splashdown detective in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed a light check all the way down. All of the functions were checked in excellent grip hammer fashion. The purchase deployed and slashing at 7 p.m. Central Time, Iowa 7 p.m. Pacific Time. And possible communications with the recovery team. We were finally able to run procedures for powering out the vehicle. We go over the exploration grounds in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be pushing the vehicle to the front porch. Was on that before Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John Murtha. After talking to we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Once again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. It would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communication with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch. Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority and ground systems folks to the Pacific, but we will not stand in and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members, 2 crew members for each helicopter. They'll be hoisted a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha. What you're looking at is one of the best boats circling the vehicle to make a hazard assessment. Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard integrity. All of the Navy divers, boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. The director canceling, now waiting for the left, the port to be along the side of the vehicle, so the hatch can be opened and the crew members from integrity to be hoisted on one and will hit a Navy helicopter for a short flight back to the deputy, says Dr. Martha. We talked about a more official downtime, as it were, of 7:27 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of integrity. This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey Rob, yes I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats. first order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good, and whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. There is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of integrity is open. We're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action, and again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update.
Yes, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Hentling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in some 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon. With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft known as the front porch to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be in that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch, so basically after they set up the stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's great.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in with the helicopters to jet and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside and with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have hired trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them rollovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel surely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very good.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Yep.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle. A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, but we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition. Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops again. The operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. Seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can see in seen some of our shots, but side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000-mile journey around the moon. But do you think you'd get carsick? Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great. But again, all those folks out there, in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and the front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Chatter on the mission audio list, that's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there in the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal of setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Wesley. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, and they're feeling great. Not the complexion of this one. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible. So, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch. Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo stays above head, and then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said healers are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the healers will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. Still see divers in the water there. And circling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. What we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion reported all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar, and it looks like they are beginning to inflate it. It looks like they're starting to unfold the front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because front deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship, so that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water. They will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover. All right? All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, we need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so it doesn't sway so much in the water there. And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. So once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air. And enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet. Teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion. You see also being fed to the landing force operations center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected. All this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship. Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Hensling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room, to have an opportunity to receive well wishes, and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says, "Welcome home, integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha. Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Hensling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego. And the initial jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of integrity. We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted. We now have 2 crew members out. Two crew members out, 2 to go. We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems functioned perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well. And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown. Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch. And the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly. This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Shatria, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. A number of flight controllers are basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on the lunar flyby and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Shatria, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship. activity in the Pacific to bring home our astronauts. And with us now is Amit Katria, the NASA Associate Administrator. Amit, a little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished?
Yeah, well, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the mission control of Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And you know, my thought is always about these teams, the team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out, the
limited personnel to know that what's that. At that third helicopter touches down.
Oh, yes. Yes. What's your name? Spell it. How you feel? Can you talk me about that?
Announcements being made regarding the ship's loudspeaker system reminding folks to stay clear of operating areas like that. So that teams can work quickly to get the crew off the helicopters and into the medical bay.
Can you ask me how he see it?
Last Wednesday at 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS America.
Do you have anything?
Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military.
Your daughter name?
So there's a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one.
Excited. How can you? No.
Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them? You got a chance to talk to them, because that is what I'm doing. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as first crew to return to the moon since 1972. There we see Christina there, also smiling. Finally carrying out the welcome back. Welcome home. A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, integrity." They're in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other two crew members. Shouting from across the plane deck, congratulations to one another. And so now we see some Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now. Some pictures, video, it's a catalog, it's a historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the celebration. Golden hour. These pictures are really beautiful. Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman being on the flight deck, as well as flight surgeon Rick Shuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Lee Weissman and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast, and then he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling. Has been bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good. For folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon, and now here's the Pacific Ocean. Seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor? A hug from Christina? What a moment that we're getting to experience together. And short congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well. And he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy, at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go. Christine Journey. Less than a minute, and that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to Medical Bay. And now on the flight deck, we see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle, Rick Shuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs, from Victor and Christina. sky. Again, gorgeous sunset, setting the stage for this recovery tonight. All right, and now here we are, Christina. You can see she's looking up again, lots of people, just a few levels up, top of that deck. Welcoming her home. Stop holding the door, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on his way to the other cruiser on the flight deck. Still on the flight deck. Victor Miller and Lee Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one heading to the upper deck. Was. He's under. Finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck. Commander Lee Weissman. He's looking good as he takes his steps towards the next event. Here are 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. For more in-depth assessments, on the exit they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back home. Beautiful shot of that sunset. Illuminating our flight deck. Safely on board. I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director, Louis Royale. Louis, I don't know shift with you. How are you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
You know, the funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course, we did the first medical assessment, and everybody was doing very well. And they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with folks that they had, probably talking about what they saw, and there was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch. We were ready to put them on the front porch, and again, you can see they were just so excited to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that and the control room where they all thought.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are indigenous?
I mean, this is an amazing story. I think you guys can see it in the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional videos and pictures that they had that, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. Some of my favorite people who I was attending to the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel when we're referring to when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the discussion about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now that we're Air Force team. We're so excited. And again, we have to refer to the capsule. I'm sure this will be a ride.
It's all about the industry, thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been a long part of the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States. When I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts. And that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what, with girls, my age back then, 7 young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, oh, I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that. Michael Powell inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion. That's still out in the water, so I'll let you get back to it. But even beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here at Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by integrity that splashed down in the Pacific right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this evening and historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston. Main chute deployed. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Now top. Oh, there. Yeah, look at bungee. Yeah, it would be a test. Is that real? Yeah, it's on screen.
خلصت تلاقيني مكان ما نزلت. توقفش معاك.